Hello, everybody. Let me pull up my thing on Twitch. Welcome. um, Wait, am I muted? Yes, I'm muted. Okay. So hi. Welcome to my little party, I guess. We're also going to be doing writing. But I had planned this, not realizing that the Worldwide Write-a-thon was going on. So I probably won't get the people, as many, but that's okay. Oh, hello, Kibby. Nice to see you. I got a couple people that'll be popping in and out throughout. Streaming also on Twitch as well as YouTube. And I just hit halfway. I'm at 25 followers on Twitch. So I am halfway to affiliate count. Yay! So if you would like to follow me over there. Ah! Here's my Twitch link. Hello, CB, and thank you. Two timing it today. Nice. Yeah. So, here's my Twitch link. I am halfway to 50. I just got to figure out my schedule over there, and I can hopefully maybe hit affiliate by the end of the year. I don't know. We'll see. I could make those panties. Hi, Bonnie. I'm having a WTF how moment. Lurking, writing, and working. There you go. Because I haven't always been consistent with my video uploads. And, life happens. So that's partly why. But I had this, I was curious one day as people were celebrating their 1-year anniversaries, because a lot of people started getting into AuthorTube and stuff because of the Panini. And I looked at mine and I scrolled back and back and back and back and back and went, I put up my first video in 2013. Yeah. I had just started dating Joe back then. And, yeah. It was on my parents' wedding anniversary. It was in the car. I was driving and recording. Don't recommend. Not safe. And yeah. So, recently it has. Because I've gotten more into the live streams and the sprinting and actually like engaging with other writers. So that's helped. But doing it on my own, I should have learned from my lessons with NaNoWriMo that um, that cheerleading community um, helps it not be so solitary. um, but yeah, meeting all of you lovely people, especially in the past year, um, has helped the productivity. Um, I mean, obviously, it's not where I thought it would be when I first started because I thought I'd be like busting out books. I also still thought I'd be single. um, and not married with a kid. But I wouldn't trade that for the world. um, oh, thank you. I found this. I was trying to find like accessories for the medieval fair, and it's only staying on because of my headset. It's a little too small for my big old head. Um, but I got it at Claire's, so it's not exactly made for um, the curvier sized people. um, but my little one was super cute. She saw this sitting on the table and she like took it and very gently placed it on my head. And then I wanted to do like a Halloween kind of a thing because I work next weekend for Halloween, and yeah. um, waiting for my dress to come in. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna wear for Halloween for work and stuff. I ordered another dress from Holy Clothing, and I ordered it in August. It's been 2 months, guys. I want my dress. Yeah, you have to. You kind of have to. Um, and especially with the writing. We were talking about this last night on Glory's. I don't know if we had gone offline already or if we were still online because she streamed for a long time yesterday. She was the only chat pretty much for the write-a-thon. So I popped in later and we were talking about like this need to write and create, and it's it's like having our mental health medication where it helps our mood so much to have that outlet. And I have said before that if I go too long without writing, I become a raging bitch monster and nobody likes me when I'm like that. 'Cause there have been times um when Anna first came home and I was constantly taking care of her and then just being too exhausted. And then recently with everything that went on with my dad, um I didn't have the time or the energy to write, and huh, it was not good. Like just the stress just more than ever compounded. So yeah, it's that necessary thing in life that we have to have as creators, whatever that may be, whether it's writing or um, painting, drawing, working on music, you know, It's that almost compulsive need, I guess, to create. Hi, Diana. Welcome and thank you. Uh, so yeah, I have a list of things I wanted to get done today. um, and hopefully my voice holds out with all the talking. Not sure how long we're gonna go. It's better to not try and keep up with the Joneses, but move at a pace that works for your benefit. Easier said than done. Yes. Let me see if I can find it. Did I spell her name wrong? I bet I spelled it wrong. Nope. All right. Google. All right. Okay. I am going to put in the chat a link to a podcast that I absolutely love. This is the Right Now podcast by Sarah Warner. She's a friend of mine from grade school. And she has all kinds of great episodes about writing at your own pace. There was one about a month ago. Yeah, about a month ago about taking down hustle culture. And surviving burnout is one. All of these great topics. And she's been doing this podcast for years and years and years. On top of just being a lovely human being. So definitely check out that. But yeah, she definitely talks about, stuff along those lines about going at your own pace. And so yeah. So we're going to get into a sprint. Excuse me. I've got a little bit of seasonal congestion. So if I sound a little stuffed, if I keep muting myself to cough, that's why. Fall in northern Ohio. Means Mother Nature is extremely bipolar. She quit therapy and she's off her meds. Um, Diana votes for the vampire. My go-to is the witch. And I shuffled and shuffled and shuffled to get the ghost and the gargoyle for Charlie and Megan. I just kept going and going and going and going until I got all three. Raining in Southern Ohio. It's just gloomy right now. Normally, this time of day, I'd have the sun shining through my window and I would look about as pale as the ghost. But it's gloomy and it's in the low 50s and it's going to get cold. Not looking forward to it. But we had our, first couple of weeks of fall is always 80s, 50, 80s, 50. So, and anywhere in between. Okay. All right, we're gonna get into the sprint. I gotta figure out what the heck I'm working on. So, make sure you have water or whatever preferred beverage. I just finished my coffee and I had tea. So, wow, the congestion is breaking up right now. And yeah, no pressure to do any work, but if you would like to, so yeah, we're gonna get into it in 3, 2, 1, go! Blah, blah, it was the vampire. Hi, Megan. How are you today? Okay, that was really good. I looking over my long term calendar. Um, Trying to figure out when I'm going to do my Vela releases and my full releases. Um, so yeah. Um, yeah, I get being tired. I I didn't get offline with Glory and Maggie until 1 o'clock my time, and I think they kept talking for a while. Because Glory said she got all of like 3 hours of sleep. We just, um, yeah. And then, so I went to bed about 1. Then around 3, Squirt woke up crying, and we don't go into her room to calm her down because she will want to play. It's an old trick she still tries from when she was littler. um, she's suddenly all happy and hi, we'll play. And no. So I had to like keep pinging the camera to get her to go back to sleep. And Joe said she kept moving until like 6. So even after she stopped crying, she didn't really sleep. But she's got the same seasonal sinusy junk that the rest of us have. So that's been fun. Hopefully, though, hubby will get her down for a nap soon because she's going to need it. Um, but yeah, oof. She does everything she can to stay awake. She is her own worst enemy, even when she's ridiculously tired. Um, she just has to fight it. And I don't know where she gets the stubbornness from. You know how parents tell their kids, I hope you have one just like you? Yeah. My mom got her wish. Whew. I have a karma child. um, yeah. Like, it's a thing. Oof, wish fulfillment. And she's a fairly good blend of both of us. Um, she definitely turns on the drama when she wants to. You could probably hear her down the hall fussing it up. She's getting tired, I think. Hopefully, he's going to put her down for a nap soon. All right. shall we do another sprint? So you guys don't hear her fussing for the next however long it's going to be. Um, oh, good, her sheets are back on. Okay. I shuffled and shuffled to get the purple just for you, Megan. So we've got witch. For me, I made sure we had the purple gargoyle and the ghost for if ever Charlie joins us. um, so, all right, we're gonna get into sprint number 2 in 3, 2, 1. All right. Anybody else think the witch fell back on purpose? Oh, I heard a boop. Suckle! I think. Are you? I can't hear you. Mm-mm. All right. Let's try this again.
How about now?
Yay!
Okay. Just had to refresh the browser. Congratulations on 8 years.
Ah. Yeah, I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's craziness.
I apologize for the crying in the background. Hubby is putting little one down for a nap, and she's just not having it.
Not having it. Oh. Hi, Diana. Awesome to see you.
So how have you been?
I'm doing great. I'm formatting Flambeau and hopefully sending out arcs and stuff on November 6th. And the port from Google Docs to Vellum is working out great. So I'm just like combing through and making sure everything is consistent.
Good. Yeah. I gotta figure out all of that stuff eventually. I want to start doing at least a Vela release of
Yeah.
my books in May of next year. So I've been talking with Rose City um, about soon doing edits early next year. And then I got to figure out like cover and all of that stuff, and then figuring out when I'm going to do the full thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Are you going to write it all and then put it out piecemeal on Vellum?
well, book one has been written,
Oh,
is already
okay.
written.
Okay.
I've got a couple people looking it over for beta feedback,
Mm-hmm.
and then um, I'll send it over to Rose City for them to look it over, and then just to like let people know, like, hey, I have this thing, and then it'll give me a little more time, at least people like to build up the readership,
Right.
and then I'll be able to do all of the bigger release things later on.
I got you. And already have your audience. Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because, yeah, looking at like how I'm going to distribute it, um, and all of that stuff. And, still paying down that credit card debt. So
Yeah,
that's
I
going to take
got
some
you.
time.
I got you.
Because I opened up my credit card to have as like my like business expenses thing for my writing. It
So
turns out
you know exactly how much you're spending on
but it
uh
also turns out that I'm a stress shopper.
oh shit.
And I opened it while my daughter was still in NICU, and very quickly went through that initial
Oh
maxed it out very quickly,
shit.
and I've been trying to pay it off ever since. Like, oh, what did I do?
Suck.
Yeah. And then, between her being in NICU and then the following year panini, nah. So yeah. So now I'm just like every little bit I get is going towards that pet payment. So yeah. It's fun having anxiety. Said no one
Exciting.
ever.
Yeah. Said no one ever.
Uh, this kid, she's her own worst enemy when she's tired.
Yeah. As with most youngins.
Also, while we were on the sprint, Glory came in.
Hi, Glory. Oh, Megan. And Laura.
Laura!
Hi. Yeah, I'm on meds for my anxiety as well.
I probably should be.
So when
I was
anxiety actually hits me now, like I consider hospital time because God only knows what it would be like if I wasn't medicated.
mm, yeah, I did therapy for a couple of months and then we got the bill.
Oh, shit.
And America, so mental health is not covered with insurance. At
Oh,
least not with
shit.
ours.
That sucks. I am very fortunate that um my husband technically works for the state. So the state Virginia takes um mental health very seriously.
That's good. Well, and Joe works for a very small company, so,
Oh.
coverage is limited. We
Mhm.
lucked out with everything that we had to go through with Anna and all of my pregnancy stuff. So,
Yeah, I got you.
and even then we had to get some financial help. But
Mhm.
um but yeah,
That's a doozy.
working the day job. Laura, it's Sunday. Have you had a day off recently?
It's Sunday. Oh, she's got a deadline coming up. So I get it that she's working because deadline is like TikTok.
I hope you get some time after the deadline. She needs a break. She's been working so hard.
So one thing that gets me when I'm formatting is, yeah, no day weekend this week. Been having 1 day weekends for a month and a half. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, best of luck with that gig. It's the last one. Film is due Friday. So close. Oh my God. Oh my God. But I'm noticing when I notice fragments, I usually go through and fix those. They're kind of like a pet peeve of mine. Like in dialogue, that's one thing, but like in the body copy, using fragments, I know it's a style choice, but mer. missing Glory somehow?
She hasn't commented in a bit. She's over on
Oh,
Twitch.
oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah. If she's over on Twitch, then
oh,
I may have taken a momentary cat nap.
that is totally understandable.
Aww.
Oh,
Glory is within us all, guiding our guiding light. Yeah. Well put.
yeah, that was fun chatting last night. And then I was even after the stream ended, um, me and her and Maggie were still chit chatting, and I'm just sitting there like,
To have Maggie
uh,
on your stream, oh my gosh. Like, what how fortuitous.
oh, these emotes are so cute.
Oh,
Oh,
are they puppies? I think they're puppies.
arr.
Yeah, blue dog.
It doesn't show up with the StreamYard. It shows up in the chat overlay.
It shows up in my
Yeah,
uh in my preview thingy in the stream.
yeah, it's on the overlay too, but when you actually click on it,
Oh, it just shows the code for it.
mm, blue corgis and unicorn baby.
Mhm.
Numbing on a donut.
Ooh, butter chicken and basmati rice.
Ooh,
Yeah. That's basically what I had for dinner last night. Was butter chicken with basmati rice.
I'm probably gonna warm up the leftover sweet and sour chicken that I ordered for dinner Friday night at work.
That sounds wonderful.
I ate like half of the chicken and I didn't even touch the rice because I also ordered a pint of sherbet and wanted to eat
Ah,
that before it melted.
yeah. I wonder if I have ice cream. I might have ice cream. I put it on the shopping list, but I haven't checked if he actually bought it or not.
Mhm.
So are we just chatting for an hour?
I was doing a couple of sprints.
Okay, cool.
Um,
Do we want to do a sprint?
yeah, we could do that. We'll do another one. Let me pull up.
It is
Uh,
important creative person food. I absolutely agree.
yes. All right. Uh, okay. I'm not going to shuffle
I
because I
want
shuffled a lot to get to these particular ones because I wanted the witch and the
okay.
gargoyle for Megan and the ghost for if ever Charlie joins us.
I want the um I'm somewhere between Dracula and Hannibal. Hmm. I think I'm gonna go with Hannibal.
he he was the one that just won. Dracula won the first one, so
Oh.
we'll we'll see. We've had some
We'll
like
see if Hannibal wins it a second time in a row.
all right.
Glory wants to be the witch.
And I know what Megan's gonna say. See if she when she chimes in. Purple. Um, have the readathon stream
Going.
going. It's muted, so
Yeah, me too. I went to support them.
oh yeah, the dogs.
The puppers may have convinced Megan to go for a walk or a snack. Yeah. Could have
All right.
happened.
All right. We'll get into the sprint, and then when Joe lays down Anna, you guys won't hear her wailing. Hopefully she'll zonk out within 20 minutes. Because she was up for like 3 hours in the middle of the night. Poor thing. So she needs some rest. Okay, we're going to sprint in 3, 2, 1. The vampire won again.
Certainly.
Okay. Hold on. I need to see the end of this race.
Oh, in case you guys haven't stretched any time recently, I recommend taking a second to stretch.
Yeah.
Especially considering this like 72-hour write-a-thon thing.
Oh, I did get up.
Or
I
36-hour. I
got
think it's
cereal.
36. I got some ice cream. Yeah.
I have only had tea and coffee today. I needed actual food.
Yeah.
Dracula cheated. He flew.
He flew.
The witch kind of looked like she dropped back and then was like, oh no, wait. But it was too late. Uh, okay. So, how's everybody been doing on their productive projects or not so productive?
I am formatting Flambeau, which I'm hoping to send out arcs soon, and it's going really smoothly.
Good.
I think I think the cleanup that I did in Google Docs is actually porting over to Vellum. So I'm just going through, making sure there's no last minute changes, line editing, and looked at everything on Twitter. No fresh hippo content today.
The only thing I looked at Twitter for was Charlie's tweet about how well their June review is doing, like blowing
Ah,
up. But I mean, I guess when you pick a trending topic,
mhm. Oh, stretchy, stretchy.
because I think one of my most popular ones was back in my early YouTubing days. I did a trailer reaction for the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who.
Oh,
So they had their 50th anniversary special
I remember.
in 2013, and I did a trailer reaction because I was like
Super hyped.
massive into it. um, but I think that's still one of my more popular videos. I think one of my most I don't know if it was actually downvoted, but I did get a couple of, at least one comment um, that wasn't so nice was when Jodie Whittaker was announced as the Doctor a couple years ago, and everybody lost their shit because she was a woman. And oh my god, the Doctor can't be female.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's a lot of that going around.
It's just a shame. I haven't seen any of her run, but apparently the current showrunner, is awful,
Oh,
and some of the episodes were kind of like weird and squirrely. Um, at least from what I've heard, I got to get through my watch through again and catch up. So he's not going to be the showrunner anymore after next year, I think. They're
oh,
going to bring back Russell T Davies,
oh,
and also Jodie's leaving.
yeah.
So they got to find a new doctor. So we'll see how that goes. But I imagine because they'll be getting into the 60th anniversary for 2023, so maybe they'll bring back some of the more recent doctors. I don't know. Can only hope.
You know, the only thing that I wish Vellum would do, and maybe it does, and I just haven't found it yet, is to show 2 pages in the spread, like, in the preview. That'd be nice. I wonder if I can find a way to make that happen.
A lot of people do reactions though, and that's their first time watching it.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you wanted to do like a discussion about it. It wouldn't be an initial reaction,
Mhm.
but that movie does look really good though.
Yeah, it does. A delayed reaction trailer.
Because I want to know, the only one who wasn't shown singing was oh my god, I'm looking at his name. Peter Dinklage. Yeah,
Yeah, Peter Dinklage, yeah.
thank you. He was the only one not singing in that trailer, so are they saving it for when people watch the movie?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, I don't know. But I do want to see that movie.
I probably won't see it until it comes out for streaming.
Yeah, I'm not ready to
Be in the theater, I'm just not ready. Yeah.
no. I was um starting to become more hesitant about theaters before the panini when um we had our bed bug outbreak here,
Oh,
and
no.
the guy the from Orkin said that one of the places you could pick up bed bugs is a movie theater.
Ooh.
They're like in the top 5 places
Really? Oh, that's super gross.
because dark room, a lot of the seats are cloth.
Uh-huh.
You're sitting there for hours, however many hours for the movie. Yeah. So, yeah, yeah, I don't think I haven't been to a movie since, uh,
See,
oof,
that
like,
makes me even less inclined to go back to the theater, like and
yeah.
they used to talk about how, some people leave needles in the seats and, like,
Oh,
people were getting sick from the getting pricked by the needle.
Mhm. Yeah,
That was
no,
apparently quite
just
common in our theaters.
yeah, no. Like, I used to enjoy the experience of going, but yeah, realizing how gross they really can be. And
Yeah.
it's not, I don't wanna make it like a reflection of people who work for the theaters because they try. They do what
Yeah.
they can to clean, but people are nasty.
I'm waiting for my state to basically make my category of people eligible for booster shots.
Mhm.
Yeah, now I
Yeah,
prefer streaming at home, sitting on the couch with my husband, like
yes,
on date
yes.
night and getting all snuggly and
Mhm.
yeah.
You could pause the movie if you have to pee. You don't have to
Mhm.
spend $10 on popcorn.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I would much rather stream at home.
Okay. Some of these chapters are really long. I'm wondering, are we gonna split them up into separate chapters? Which is important when you're formatting, right?
Yes.
Like,
Sometimes I do that when I'm editing.
that's part of the editing process for me.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly, Megan.
Yeah.
And if you're watching a big movie that people are very intense about with their fandoms, you don't have to deal with the crazy fanatic fans. Like we would my sister's best friend was into Twilight, and
Oh,
we went to see
no.
we saw I was the only one who would go with her to the, um, midnight premiere of the last film,
Okay.
and, like, she was into it, but we saw some twihards,
Oh.
and they were obnoxious.
Oh.
Oh. It was also, became a tradition to go see, the Hunger Games movies,
Ah.
and, you could tell who'd read the books and who hadn't,
Mhm. Mhm.
because when they got to, Mockingjay, the end of the end of part 1 of Mockingjay, when you see how bad PETA is,
Mhm.
and we're walking out and some girls are like, "What did they do to him?" I'm like, "You didn't read the book, did you?"
Yeah. Oops. I would like to add an element.
Oof.
I would like to add copyright.
Despite all of the "Do not have your phones on."
Yeah.
Yeah, put your phone away for a couple hours. It's not gonna kill you. I don't even do th when I go to sleep, I turn my brightness down in case I have to, um, check on Squirt in the middle of the night, and then I don't turn on my phone and I'm not blinded because oh, that hurts.
Mhm.
Like, in a dim room, you don't need it that bright. I would have said something too, like an usher or something, but I did. Um, I do remember the one time we snuck Wendy's into the theater. My sister had a big purse, and she took everything out of it, and we stuck our takeout bags in, and then we put a hoodie over it to like muffle the smell, and then once the movie started, we sat there and had and ate our burgers. All right. Let's do. And that's yeah. Let's do another sprite.
Okay.
Pull it up. Okay. Um. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Good point. They would mostly, if it was a big popular movie, they would mostly around here have them in the theater. But okay, let's get to sprinting in three, two, one, go! What perfect timing!
If you have ghosts, you have everything. Oh,
Oh, oh, forgot I didn't remute YouTube.
happy anniversary.
Thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm coping.
I saw your tweet about your Dune review.
Yeah, and it still shows no signs of slowing down. And I have this problem that maybe one day I'll have to get over, but I'm trying to respond to all the comments, and this may be a mistake. But yeah, I stepped in it, but it's fine. At least it's something that I actually believe, and you know, am willing to stand by. So,
Have you gotten opposing opinions in your comments?
um, actually, there have been a couple, and they've been either really, really polite or extremely rude.
So either to each their own or you are wrong.
Actually, no, it's not even you are wrong. It's like, oh, well, you're a failure at everything, and failure, 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 bad review. And it's like, okay,
So nothing
okay.
to do about the movie. Just criticize the content creator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So it's either like
I
good
have
faith
no
people,
argument to support my opinion.
it's either people
So
just like, well, I liked it actually, and like very simple, like opposing views like that. And it's like, well, that's fine. That's wonderful. I wish I could have. Um, I just finished watching Jessie Gender's review of the movie, and she liked the movie for all the reasons I hated it. But at least I can understand that. Like, she liked its vagueness, its slowness, its lack of plot, its lack of everything. Like, she saw that as the point, and I'm like, good on you then. Like, but the fact that you kept having to say that if I hadn't read the book, I wouldn't understand the movie, that to me is the problem. Like, you shouldn't have to do homework to go see a film. The film should be able to stand on its own. But that's one of the few reviews that I've seen that actually explained why they liked it. But yeah, I'm very glad that Glory sent me that video on how to how to cope when a video suddenly goes big, because I think I'm moving into stage 2 now, because she lays out like the 5 stages of how your brain reacts to this, and I have been in for the first like couple days, and I think I'm moving into this is happening. Hmm. It is super frustrating though, because I put a lot of work into most of the videos that I do. I literally recorded this video at 1:30 in the morning, and then did minimal edits to it, because nobody watches my media criticism videos anyway, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, because they usually get like 3 to 6 views. And of course, this is the one. This is the one that so if like all my stuff starts getting like fairly low effort, you know why? Like, YouTube has rewarded me for that. So I try too hard. But yeah. Jace also explained to me more about the story that he's working on in my vampire universe, and I'm really, really excited about it. And I love how he accidentally like socketed his story into the overarching story that I'm doing. And I'm like, you have no idea how well that works. You have no idea. And I explained it to him. He's like, oh, wow. I'm like, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my favorite review of it, though, if you want to watch one that is just hilarious, is Movie Bob. I think it's actually on his Movie Bob channel. Did a review of it that starts off talking about the Lord of the Rings, and isn't it wonderful how, you know, can you imagine if Peter Jackson would have made one movie that is basically set up for two other movies that may or may not ever happen, but at least he got the funding for it and secured that those movies were going to be made, and they were already shot. They just needed to be go through post production. And can you imagine somebody doing a franchise like this without doing that? Wait, what now? Because not only did Denis Villeneuve not do that for this franchise, but he's now actively in a fight with the movie studio and has said he will never work with them again. So it doesn't really matter if you like it or not. If there are more, he probably won't be the director. Which I think will only make the franchise better. But I've only ever liked one movie that he made. So... So I'm trying desperately to think about vampires. Because I'm trying to keep
Good
on track
distraction.
for Nano. No, I'm just trying to keep on track for Nano.
Yeah.
Because my brain's like, you have a sci-fi epic you could be working on? Yes, but Kat didn't clear that one. The vampire one was cleared, and it's a simple, easy, fun story. It's a romance, for goodness sakes. Like, it's a romance. Can I just write the freaking romance? And keep it an actual romance story? Can I at least have that, please? But epic? No. I've got enough epics going on. I just want a simple vampire romance story. There's love, there's blood, there's maybe some naughtiness. I don't know. I haven't decided the age rating on the story yet. I mean, it's going to be PG. It's just, is it PG, PG-13, R, or NC-17? I haven't decided on that yet.
But minimum PG.
Minimum PG. I mean, it's difficult to do vampires at a G rating unless you're just blah, blah, blah. And actually, are the Hotel Transylvania movies rated G?
I don't think so. Hold on.
I think even they're PG.
Google.
No, I don't want reviews. I want to know.
PG.
Yeah, even they're PG. Yeah, I don't know if it's... I cannot think of anything that has vampires in it that would be G rated. I'm sure there's got to be something out there with like Baby's First Dracula or something, but generally you put monsters in something and that bumps it out of the G rating into PG. I just thought if anything had a chance of being
One of the people also asked questions in my Google search was, is Hotel Transylvania 3 a flop? And actually, I kind of like that one best.
I love the whole oeuvre of Hotel Transylvania. Like, these are a magnum opus of children's entertainment. I'm just saying. Steve Buscemi's werewolf may be one of my favorite werewolves of all time. He's just too funny and too good. And just, yes, please, more. And
I
Mel
have
Brooks
too many kids.
And Mel Brooks's Grandpa Dracula.
Oh!
How do you get better than that? I mean, I'm sorry. They're modern masterpieces. I will accept no. I will not back down on that. Blah blah
2
blah.
and 3 have been playing a lot on TV, and which just makes Anna so happy.
All of the blah blah blah.
She even said blah blah blah. What's
Yes. That is truly victory right there. That is.
because an ad for 2 came on, and then, of course, they showed the scene. Dennis said his first word, and he goes blah blah blah. And she copied it. She went blah blah. Yes.
Nice. Yes. That's going to be a fun story when she gets older. Your first words were blah blah blah.
Her first word was hi, actually. And
A friend of mine's child's first word was the F word, and it was kind of funny because he wouldn't stop saying it. And it was even funnier because they tried really hard never to cuss around the kid. Like, we all tried really hard not to cuss around the kid, and somehow still, the curse was strong with this one. It was great, though, having that kid in, like, a cart at a grocery store, because cute old lady would come over and be like, "That's such a cute kid." He'd just look at them and go, "F-bomb." Except for, say the word. And just, the pearl clutching. The pearl clutching was profound.
yeah, the first time Bestie's 3-year-old says it, and the first time I heard her say it, and she's like, "I know, we're trying to get her to stop. I swear." But it's a word that's dropped a lot when they're gaming, and
I mean, it is just one of those things. Even that is PG.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm sure there's
G-rated
something
thing with
somewhere.
monsters in it is Sesame Street.
Technically, yeah, because the Count is technically a vampire. A 1, a 2, a 3.
There's a Kit Kat commercial out right now, and I swear it's the same guy who does the voice of the Count, because he sounds exactly the same. It's, it's like the Dracula's coffin is Kit Kat bars, and there's an alarm going off, and the middle 2 bars moves, and he goes, all right, 5 more minutes, and it's exactly the Count from Sesame Street.
That's great. That's wonderful. While I'm thinking about it, because my brain is doing a thing, I am going to be continuing this week the stream on Thursday before Coffee Bunny Cafe for the podcast. And we'd have to keep it shorter than we had done when I was trying to do a group podcast last time, because I was letting us go for 2 hours and then cutting it down to a more podcast friendly length. And that's mainly because, my podcast audience has been quite clear on how long they want the podcast to be. But if anybody has anything that they would like to talk about, because honestly, after this week, I'm afraid to talk about anything. So Luckily, I have a Discovery of Witches collab that I'm going to be doing with Amber. So I will still have a video coming out, but it also doesn't help that the hubby is in the other room, like egging me on, like because he's convinced that the next video that I do has to be my argument that the best film adaptation of Dune was James Cameron's Avatar. And I'm like, I'm not going to be the Angry Dune channel. Like, that's not that's not what I did YouTube for. Ooh, yeah, that would be fun, Megan.
Yeah, we were all just talking about how, and hello again, CB. How we're all gonna wait until it's out on streaming because theaters be nasty.
Especially around here.
And he said I started having hesitations pre-Panini after we had bed bugs when the guy from Orkin said that movie theaters are in the top 5 places you can pick up bed bugs. Glory. Yes, Angry Dune channel. Did you see my thing about yesterday that I shared? Um Yesterday morning, the conversation I had when with Joe. I
So,
asked
yeah, since everything happened on Friday, I have kind of avoided the internet, and also today was the first day I was able to get Discord to actually get past the "you need to update" window. So I have not seen the internet.
um well, yesterday I asked him to bring my backpack into the my office from the kitchen because I just dumped everything on the floor when I came home from work Friday. Um oh, child, why will you not sleep?
All the reasons.
Hang on. Never mind.
So,
He took care of it. So what was it? I said, be careful, it's a little heavy. And he says, do I have to use a crane to bring it in? It's not that heavy. And he goes, I'm messing with you. You do that to me. And, well, okay, I guess we get both a little irritated at each other. And I says, yeah. And then when my friends join in, you get so adorably flustered. And he says, I just got to keep a shirt on next when I know you're on screen. I says, no, just walk in and do a sexy dance. Wait, you can't even do a regular dance. Never mind.
well, that's how you get views, I guess. I mean, though I have to say, Glory said some things that are not unhearable, that are unhearable, and I am here for all of them.
Yeah, he got so flustered. It was funny.
That would.
Yeah. I'm like, next time you walk in and I'm on camera, just do a sexy dance. Wait, you can't do a regular dance, so no, never mind.
Yes, but the clipping potential of a bad sexy dance is so wonderful. I could kind of do that. Like I don't talk about it as much as Lord of the Rings because I feel like it's a much more popular thing to talk about Lord of the Rings. But I am that person when it comes to, like, I am actually that person when it comes to Dune. I've not only read the books, I've read all of Frank Herbert's liner notes on it, like just the whole thing.
Well, knowing Joe, to add to the hilarious factor, he might like end it with a little curtsy or something.
Just think of the clipping
It's
potential.
just to see me
The
falling
clips we
out
could
of my
have.
chair. The clips of me falling out of my chair.
Oh, that would be amazing. That'd be wonderful.
Then we would have to get a crane in here to get me back up. Remember? Hashtag no cartilage.
Diana is right, though. I mean, I agree with Glory and Diana. Like, the bar is really, really low. I mean, for goodness sakes, I mean, Chris Pratt gets credited with doing sexy dances. And have you seen any of the movies he dances in? Like, seriously. Like, if the bar is that low, I mean, most people can just skate over that. Yes, do it. Do it. Do it, Glory. Do it.
What would the gift be of him taking the paper going like this?
That was the best part. Like, oh no, not my tatas. No, not my tatas. Like, oh honey, do you need a bikini? Are you okay? Yes. Yes. And see, now we need to figure out how to turn that into an animated emote for all of our channels. Because they do allow animated emotes. So if we can figure out how to turn that into an animated emote, then yes. Every channel needs a whoop, Modest Joe emote. It'd be great. It'd be wonderful. We'll make him internet famous. And he'll never know.
No, I would make it like in Streamlabs. You know, some people have alerts when people give bits and stuff,
Yep.
and they have little video clips for it.
Yes. Yes. Speaking of the giving of bits and stuff, so that really long survey that I took for on a Twitch the other day, one of the features it asked me if I've used is a feature that I can't find on the site. And I'm wondering if it's partner only and they just didn't specify that it was a partner only thing. But it said something about how often have you used the revenue share feature on your channel? And I'm like, I've looked through all the settings. I can't find a revenue share feature on the channel. So if anybody knows what they're talking about, because of course they didn't like give a link to explain what they were talking about on anything. It was just like, have you heard of this? Have you used it? Do you find it useful? Because I think that would be really cool if I could mark everyone who's on the stream and then, bits, ad money, stuff like that gets split up, I think that'd be cool. Like, it's an exciting feature, but I've never seen, I've looked through all of the settings. I don't see anything about turning it on or where to set it up. So I'm wondering if that's a partner thing and I shouldn't have been asked the question. But if you know what that is, please let me know. Sorry, just thinking about bits.
I'm not even seeing anything in the info about partners. Oh,
There we go. Okay, so it is a partner.
okay.
Okay, so it is a partner thing. Because it was in with all of the affiliate questions that they were asking about. Because because they had a section where they asked, "Are you an affiliate?" And then it asked a bunch of questions, and that was one of the questions in there. Then it asked, "Are you a partner?" And when I said no, it skipped on to the next section, and that's what confused me, because I guess they just put that question in the wrong section of the survey.
Maybe.
Then, or maybe they're testing out offering it to affiliates as well. Maybe.
That'd
Or maybe
be
they're
nice.
gauging interest among affiliates as to whether or not we want it. I don't know. I did mark that it would be really nice to have. But I was very confused why that was in the affiliate section of their thing. But trust Glory to have all of the answers. Especially the ones that make the one video that you don't want to blow up. No, it's fine. It's fine. I have no bad feelings. I'm saying your technique works. Listen to Glory. Whatever Glory tells you to do, maybe, check with your doctor first, but then do it.
That's what reference librarians are for.
It is. And it's great to have access to one. Well, I have successfully popped my wrist.
Ow. Excuse me. I'm sorry for when everybody starts yawning.
The best librarians. See, I secretly think that Gloria is a member of the Librarians. That was like that TV show that was like super fun and crazy in camp with Rebecca Romaine on it. Like, I secretly believe that she's a member of that organization and is like scouting new recruits. That's why like she's helping Kat like negotiate the path, so the library will definitely choose her.
Ooh, I'm past halfway. I have 26 followers now. Wrong one. Wrong one. Don't blow my cover.
Oh man, Megan. Hot chocolate sounds amazing. Amazing.
I want to see if I can find that Rolo hot chocolate that Laura keeps talking about.
Right?
I
That
hope it's not just a
sounds.
Canada thing, because
It's probably a Canada thing. Like, if I have learned nothing else from Laura, it's that Canada has all the yummy food.
yeah, I still talk about the beaver tail I had when I was on my honeymoon. Which is just a giant flat pastry with gooey, sticky yumminess on it.
Laura. You're just taunting us now. Ooh, Laura, is yours made by Nestle for chance? The Rolo hot chocolate? Because guess what I just found on the Amazon? It says imported from Canada. It's not cheap,
Uh-oh.
but it is on there.
Ooh,
Sorry, not sorry for sharing a link. Um,
$21.99 for a bag.
this may be my nano reward. If I actually do my nano project, I may get myself some Rolo hot chocolate. Because I like setting up rewards to help me.
And it would be extreme portion control to
Right?
make that bag last. Because when I just get like the cheap stuff from the grocery store that's like $1 or $2 a box, I'll use 2 packets because, well, I have huge mugs. But
Well, see, I'm a big fan of bitter things. I mean, I'm sure you can't tell that about me. I've got such a lively and effervescent personality. But my favorite form of hot chocolate is actually the recipe for Claw in the Dragon Lover's Guide to Pern, which starts with baker's cocoa with a little bit of instant coffee in it that you sweeten with honey. And it is dark, it is bitter, and it is gloriously rich. And I love it.
waiting for candy canes to come out so I can melt candy canes in my hot chocolate.
That, and I like to pretend that I'm just waiting to be called in to wait for the eggs to hatch so I can get myself a dragon. See, I would agree, Megan, but a lot of people do not. And I'm fine with that. And coffee with honey does taste very good, but cocoa with honey tastes rather amazing, I must say. It brings out an odd richness. I feel that about most things. Like, if I do go ahead with the rebranding I'm thinking about doing for the channel, that might be my new like slogan for the channel. A lot of people don't know what they're talking about.
And some people just don't have good opinions.
Yeah.
And some people think their opinions are fact when they're not. But we won't go there.
Right. Like, I didn't think at this point in my life I would be having to explain to adults what a fact is. Or that, yes, while everyone is entitled to their own opinion, consequences for having an opinion are still there. Like, you're not immune from people thinking you're dumb for having an opinion that's dumb. Like, or having an opinion that's frankly dangerous. Ooh.
Ghirardelli peppermint dark chocolate with coffee, topped with mini marshmallows. Ooh.
Dangerous like Tide Pods.
Uh,
Actually, I was just thinking like the panini folk.
yeah.
Like, I didn't get to sleep last night because I thought I saw a truck with the black flag fly by the house twice. Drive by the house twice last night, and I'm convinced they just had a regular flag that, because it was dark out, looked black, but there is a nascent terrorist organization growing around here that's been putting black flags on all of their things as a sign that they're willing to murder people who disagree with them. So there's an organization that has been putting basically it's an American flag, but it's black and white on all of their things. It's the no quarter flag, and they have started actively calling for violence and have actually committed a few acts of violence. And I'm pretty sure the truck that I saw drive by had a regular flag and it was just dark. But my brain, being my brain and it being late at night, convinced myself that I saw the other one. And I was like, they're stalking us. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of the things that She Who Shall Not Be Named got wrong, because it's not happening over there in Britain, it's happening over here. We have our own petty Voldemort and our own Death Eaters. But the moral of the story is, if you see that on somebody's vehicle, give them a wide berth. Because while they may not know what it means, they might know what it means, and they might be a hazard to you.
Mm-hmm. I will keep an eye out because we have Muslim neighbors, and they're like the sweetest people ever. It's just this old couple, and they have had incidents with their vehicles being damaged. um, one time his truck his tires were slashed, his window was smashed in on his car. Um, he just got a new car, a new truck, because he was in an accident and the truck was totaled. He's like, I had that thing for 20 some years. It had almost 300,000 miles on it. But yeah, but because, yeah. So I used to get into arguments with trolls about like anything having to do with Islam on like YouTube, any videos and stuff. And of course, the Islamophobes would be like, have their vitriol about how everybody who practices Islam are terrorists and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, um, I know Muslim people who are nicer than a lot of Christians and kinder, and you are, you know, proving that point.
And the saddest thing is a lot of those kinds of people go after Sikhs by accident because they're dumb. And like Sikhs never hurt nobody. Like Sikhs are nice people. Leave the Sikhs alone.
Yeah, Megan, I know.
See, and maybe this is just me not like ever enjoying team sports really, but I've never understood this idea of like we good ones, you bad ones, ugh. Like I've never experienced the world as that simplistically black and white, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't even imagine like this is a failure in my imagination. And I recognize that because it makes writing villains a lot more complicated for me. But I can't even imagine understanding the world that simplistically.
Especially since it's not that simplistic.
Mm-hmm. So
Like what did I hear? Oh, I listened to Overly Sarcastic. They have their podcast, and
yep.
they were talking about when people refer to um, the U.S. is commonly referred to as a melting pot, and somebody actually referenced what Canada calls um, a cultural mosaic, where everything fits together. And I actually kind of like that a lot better because that's it's very idealized, but then it like how can I say this? My brain, words. Why do you fail me? um, then everything isn't all meshed together. Like people can have you know are encouraged to still have their root cultures and show everybody, show how that all still fits together in in a community and you know I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but um
No, you are.
yes, there you go. Yeah.
Because that's one of the things that has really just been upsetting about the experience that I'm having over on the YouTubes right now is, I don't want a world where everyone agrees with me.
Mhm.
Like that would be boring and probably really messed up. Like I'm not 100% right on most things,
Mhm.
right? And I don't understand the basic assumption that you would want everyone to be like you. Like, difference is, like, it's such a cliche to say that difference is the spice of life, but it really, really is.
Mhm.
You know, I have this girl on Facebook right now who's on the religion page that I run over there, who's like been trying to freak me out because she's a witch and I'm not. And aren't I like, oh, like how bet you wouldn't even talk to me because I'm a witch. And I'm just like, some of my best friends are witches. Like, like I get where you're
Right.
coming from, thinking that people that aren't, you know, that are of the Christian persuasion might have issues, but like, even after I came back and was like, oh, that's cool. Like, yeah, but I bet you wouldn't even talk to me. And I'm like, I'm talking to you now. Like,
Right. Like, what are you trying to get me to say? I'm not gonna say it.
I don't know what exactly you want out of this interaction, because like, that's really, really cool. Which gods do you do work with? Or are you a non-theistic witch? Like, what's going on? Like, what's your practice like? What
Mhm.
do you have planned for Samhain? Like, I love the
Do you have any
diversity
book
of the world.
recommendations? Because I write about witches, and
Yeah. Like, how can I do better with this? You know, like, just ah. And I don't know if it's just her being defensive or if she's just trying to like provoke some kind of a response out of me. But, you know, while I am a big fan of like, don't bait the trolls, like, I had one dude that went after me for a long time who kept trying to get me to justify the concept of a hell I don't believe in. And like, after going back and forth for like 2 months, where I just like matched him back with like weird, with like actually sourced and cited theological arguments, like, he just gave up, because like, you're not going to get a rise out of me. Like, I know where my ideas come from. Like, I'm willing to like change my mind. I know, shocking in this day and age, but like, what is your end game here? Like, do you think you're gonna like make me mad? Like,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah,
we're kind of saying the same
I'm gonna
thing.
troll bait, and then oh my gosh, like not have not know how to react when somebody actually wants to have an engaging conversation.
You know, and it's just like, because, you know, I'm not here for the you know, like, if somebody's obviously trolling, then, you know, just ignore it. But like, one, I don't like it when people ascribe things to me that I did not say. And it's like, do your homework, Kent. Like, it's really easy to check and see that I have never said the words that you're putting into my mouth. And two, like, prove me wrong. I love being proved wrong. I know I'm weird like that, but throughout my life, I have changed my mind on a lot of things.
Mhm.
And I think that's a virtue, and it's a virtue we should celebrate. Because contrary to what people like to tell us, like, the world is a cooperative being. Like, everything cooperates with everything else. We used to think that trees competed. They don't. They actually share oxygen and sugars and everything with each other through their roots. Like, the world is a far more cooperative place than it is a competitive one. The only
Mhm.
real competition, if you will, that exists is between predators and prey. But even there, like, if you look at it from that like 1,000-mile view, the predators are for the most part taking out the weak and the unhealthy. They're actually providing a benefit to the herd for the most
Mhm.
part,
Mhm.
with the exception of orcas, who are just mean and go in and just like wipe out everything, because genocidal orcas are a real thing. Canada's got a problem with them right now. Look it up. Um, the ice caps melted in to such a degree that some orcas could get into a bay that they'd never been in before, and they were like, "Oh my goodness, all the seals!" And they're just like wiping out and decimating the seal population
Oh my gosh.
because they've never had access to them before. So yeah, it's totally a thing. Like, but
Hi, Spence.
hey, Spence. But, like the world is a cooperative place. Like in reality,
Mm-hmm.
we put weird filters over it so that we are always in competition with one another. But that's not how reality actually works.
Mm. And what you were saying about the trees and stuff, that was an episode on Magic School Bus, the newer Magic School Bus. They were talking about um how trees give up like the signals they send through their roots, and the sense that they like the smell of cut grass, that's like a danger call.
Mm-hmm.
That's a distress call. And the sense that they give off, like, is a signal to like a flower telling the bees, come pollinate me. It was, for being a kid show, they explained it, and it was so fascinating.
Yeah, the world is a startlingly amazing place. Like SciShow just did a wonderful video about the viral component to our microbiome and how many viruses are currently in our bodies keeping us alive. And because we like to simplify stories down and not see the vast webs of cooperation that are holding everything up.
Hmm.
And because I know I've had conversations with a lot of the people whose names I see in chat and on screen right now. Like, we're not the crazy ones. Like, this is how the world really works, where you help each other out and you cooperate and you work for a better world. Like, when I
Hmm.
moved to Oakland, when we moved out to Oakland, we didn't have anything but what could fit in our car and in the hatch thing on top, because we couldn't afford to rent a van to move out there. And when we got there, the neighbors saw us moving in. They saw us moving in, no furniture, and they were just like, "Hey, we just ordered a new couch. Do you want our old couch?" Like they just, like, the day we moved in, two of our neighbors came over with casseroles because, well, I know how moving's hard here. Now you don't have to worry about what to fix for dinner tonight. Like, that's how people really are in the real world. Like, yeah, there's some bad people out there, but
Hmm.
the vast majority of people
when
are
when
good people.
when we had Anna's birthday back in May, the night before her party, our neighbors had a party, and they sent over some of their leftover goodies. And so we sent over bakery, and I was taking stuff over, and I was just flashing back to when I was little, and we would my grandmother was a fantastic baker, which is why I have the waistline that I do. um, and so we were really close to the one neighbor next door, and so she would like wrap up stuff and send my sister and I over, and they'd see us coming up the driveway with the tinfoil plate, and we could hear, if the windows were open, we would hear them all squealing, "Miss Vera's bringing us bakery!" And they'd come running to the door. "What did she make this time?" So um, so when the neighbors sent over, um, their they had a cookout. They had like ribs and macaroni and cheese and smoked chicken, and oh my goodness, we ate through that like crazy. Um, and then we sent over bakery in return because we had a ton, so much. My mom had made a cake. My mother-in-law baked. It was only like 10 people. at our little party. But in true fashion, that is our family, we had way too much food.
That is the American way.
hmm Even when we went over to my sister's last weekend for the football party, and there was what? There was uh, like 15, 20 of us at the most. Not even that, maybe more like 15 or so. And we had so much food. Yeah, it is. I want to plan a friendsgiving this year. I got to sit down with Joe and pick a night to plan something and who we're gonna ask over. But I think we're gonna do it like uh my parents would do for New Year's, and just have like finger food munchies. Like nothing crazy fancy, but just so you could sit and numb and drink and play Cards Against Humanity. Actually, I think I'm gonna ask Bessie to bring over Relative Insanity, which is Jeff Foxworthy's version of Cards Against Humanity.
That is, yeah, that is the sign of a good party. Too much food.
hmm hmm And then a whole bunch of Tupperware containers that you give people and go, here, take home. I insist. You have no choice. It's already packed. That's why we stock up on like the wonton soup containers and um, all of the takeout plastic. I save those. And then when we are able to entertain, like, here, it's already packed. Get it out of my house. Although we would probably still end up with a ton of stuff. But we haven't had, before Anna's birthday, we hadn't had a party since November of 2019 when we had Anna's baptism here. And even then, that was just my parents, Joe's parents, and um, Bestie and her husband. My sister would have come with the kid, with at least her husband, but they were all sick. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I definitely want to at least have some smaller gatherings and start to entertain more.
I don't know. We had one family gathering, and that resulted in a couple people getting sick. So I'm still like not there yet. Like just.
This is when I brought up the Friendsgiving, and Joe's like, who would we invite? I'm like, well, there's people I want to invite, but they live too far away. We'd have to figure that out. I don't think you want to travel here in December when the snow's flying.
The problem is there's a Kentucky between you and me, or in Illinois between you and me, and that we get enough news from both of those places that no, I'm not going to travel through them, and I'm not getting on a tin can with all the weird biting incidents and stuff. Like, I don't like flying as is. Have been in a plane crash. Don't like planes at all. So yeah. Oh, Megan, if I had my druthers, I would still probably be a little ways away from you because I liked Northern California. I've never really spent much time in Southern California, but I miss California so much.
Baby cousin's christening and other cousin's 21st on the same day. I was in my cousin's wedding and then the next morning had my confirmation. It was a struggle not to fall asleep in church. Because I don't think we got home till like 3 a.m. And I was a freshman in high school, finishing up my freshman year. Haven't been to California yet. Oregon is very pretty. I've been to Portland. And I used to have a friend who lived in Eugene. But then they joined that cult. And went crazy. Oh, cool. That sounds like it would be fun to make. I wonder if my mom still has those pictures. My grandmother did cake decorating, and at her at her funeral, we had a whole poster board of pictures of the cakes that she had decorated over the years. She did like wedding cakes, and she had like a whole bunch of those cake molds. So for our birthdays, she would do those. And
I can't even think of the last time I made it like really decorated cake. Huh. I used to do that all the time.
I'm not good at writing on cakes.
Oh, me neither. Who knows? Maybe this is the winter that I will get back into baking again.
I made cupcakes for my sister's wedding shower, and I put um, their initials on all of the cakes, so they all had J and S. And my hands hurt so bad.
Yeah, I stopped baking because our oven got wonky and would like cook the top to glass, and it would never cook all the way through. Like it just our our oven got really wonky, and it took us a while to be able to. We never really replaced the oven. We just got a toaster oven, because they can do most of the things that we want to do. But I
Mm,
never really got back into baking after all that.
mm. We are gonna have to eventually replace our oven.
Well, see, the thing
Only
is,
two of the stove burners work.
we've got that problem too. Um, we have kind of really set ourselves into wanting an induction stove for the next one because um we only have uh basically a propane tank here or electric, and the price of propane has just gotten upsettingly expensive. So, some kind of an electric stove would probably be the best bet for us, but neither one of us likes cooking on a regular electric stove. We have a couple induction burners that we use both at the restaurant for like caterings and stuff, and we really
Mhm.
like how evenly they heat pans and everything. So that's what we're looking at, but again, not cheap, you know. But I mean,
Mhm.
a good stove should last for a really long time. So, it's like it's an investment worth making, but
Mhm. Mhm. I know
one that has
Joe
to be
wants
saved up
to
for.
do our deck next year. So maybe the stove will be the year after, if it lasts that long. Fingers crossed. And then there's a chair that we have to replace in the living room. Our recliner is
Mm,
falling apart.
yeah, those are not cheap either.
It's another one of the furniture items that it was still his grandparents, and
I have never
with
had a
Anna crawling all over it, it's definitely seen better days.
yeah, I've never had a new piece of furniture except for like office chairs. Office chairs don't count because by the time you see them at yard sales, like they're already too far gone. Um, like, so office chairs don't count. But like
Well, we
I've
had to replace our couch because it was a bed bug nest.
see when we've always had that fortune of like we've lived off of a lot of hand me down furniture because relatives will be getting rid of stuff and like, hey, do you want it? Sure. Like
Hmm.
all of our furniture in the living room is hand me down. Everything but my office chair in here is a hand me down.
Hmm. This desk, um, Joe brought over from his parents' house. It was his when he was going through school. The roll top desk over here, my parents found at the restore, and it's heavy, super heavy.
That's the great mystery of when my grandfather died because when people were asking like what do you want, there was one thing that I wanted and it was the desk. I wanted the desk that he always had in the little corner nook, and it was not so much that I wanted it as a desk, it's just like I wanted some in situations like that I want something sentimental, like something that means something to me, you know.
Hmm.
And that's the desk where he taught me how to burnish leather. That's the desk where like, you know, the few
Hmm.
good memories I have of him took place took place around, and it disappeared. We don't know who took it. We have no idea what happened to it.
Hmm.
So presumably one of the cousins swept in and grabbed it, but it just it just vanished.
Yeah, that was part of the reason that my parents were working so hard on um like decluttering, uh because there's a lot of stuff like we've already said that, like, you know, there's a few ceramics that my grandmother had made that my sister and I wanted that they kept. Um we she had so many cookbooks that we ended up giving away most of them except for the one that she had actually written in. Um, so we've been talking for years about needing to make copies of that and like actually typing it up and trying to interpret her handwriting.
Oh, that's always fun.
Mm. And then like my mom's been like sorting stuff out, like all of the church stuff that my dad has. We're not going to use. She's probably going to. No, I think he got rid of his DJ equipment already a long time ago because he had DJ equipment that he sold. Um,
And both times my ears perk up and like, what is this? Is this something that I church stuff and DJ equipment? You're speaking my language.
right. Well, she reached out to a priest friend of my sister's. They actually went to high school together, and they were calling him Father even in high school. He was one of those where you knew he was going to be a priest when he already had that nickname. So she reached out to him about like any of the books, um, and or like vestments or anything like that. Um, she sold the car. She sold my dad's car. Had to get a new battery for it, and cleaned up the brakes because they weren't like gone, but they were making noises after sitting for a year and a half. But the only thing was when she took it to the dealership, they didn't have updated plates because his birthday was in August, and that's when his plates expired. So it was like, yeah, fingers crossed they can make it to the dealership and not get stopped. So she took care of that. And then, yeah, everything else going through the garage, like she's got to figure out like his tools and stuff like that. But we've already said that, like, we'll let the Joes go through tools and stuff and see what they want, maybe. And then I just want pictures. That's my sentimental thing. I want pictures.
Can I just say I love how part of your story says the Joes? Because one, I know what you're talking about, and two, I just hear in the back of my head, "Yo, Joe!" Like it made me happy for like no specific reason, just the Joes.
And for context, for anybody watching, my sister and I are both married to guys named Joe. Doesn't make it confusing at all.
No, never.
So we started, well, my sister started calling my Joe Ted. Because
Ted?
How I Met Your Mother. Ted is an architect. So she just started calling him Ted. And her kids know him as Uncle Ted.
Which somehow just feels appropriate. I don't know. He seems like the kind of person that would do weird things for a blue French horn. I'm just saying.
I've never watched the show.
I really liked it until I didn't.
I wanted to watch it because I love Allison Hannigan,
Same.
but I never did.
She's why I started watching it, and it did this terrible thing where if it really kind of made you feel like it was well plotted out and well thought out, and like they knew what they were doing, until it got to the final season, like the last two seasons, and then you could tell like they really didn't know what they were doing and everything else was a lie. And it could have been over like 4 seasons earlier and been much better. And it's like, why though?
That seems to happen with a lot. Like they will. I've heard a lot. Like quite a few shows will milk it for the like number of seasons. Isn't that part of the joke about Supernatural?
Yeah.
Why it went
Well,
on
that's always
forever?
been the joke about Supernatural. Supernatural was designed and originally intended to run for 5 seasons. So if you watch the first 5 seasons, there's a tight story, a fairly consistent story that runs through and it's done. They were done. And the network went, no, you're really popular. Large truckload of money. And they went, and you can, especially in the after that, you can see how they're like, okay, well, we can go a couple more seasons, and you can see them figure out like, okay, well, what if we did this? And then eventually it's just like they just kept showing up and they're like, I don't know, we're gonna do things are gonna happen, there's gonna be
CB, my husband would agree with you. He doesn't like anything after like season 20. Because Treehouse of Horrors shows have been on a lot on TV, and he looks at the episode info and is like, "Oh no, it's a recent one. I'm not gonna watch it."
relatable. Why is it gotta be relatable? Because it's a really sad thing, because once you actually get to the reveal, the worst part about it is it makes the show's title kind of into a lie, but not a lie. And that's where a lot of the hard feelings come in, because you're like, oh, okay, so alrighty then. But yeah, the first several seasons are quite entertaining. I don't even remember the last time I watched The Simpsons. As far as like new stuff goes,
Hmm.
because we did watch a little bit when we first got Disney Plus, and we're like, oh, The Simpsons is up here, and we watched some of the first couple seasons again.
Yeah, it's kind of his go-to. There's nothing else on, but The Simpsons are on. So, and Anna will actually get interested in it.
Well, that's always a plus.
And he can't understand how I never got into Simpsons as a kid, but I had the Bart versus the World NES game.
I think I agree with him on that. Like, wait, what? You did what now?
And that game was so hard. I never got through it. And I kept trying, but I never got through it. Oh, they're gonna do another movie?
I have heard rumors.
It was such a hard game. The part I always got stuck on was like you were in this like Arctic place and you were in these caves and you had to go like I don't know, you had to get this like bat power or something to fly through and I could never get out of it. Skateboarding on the Great Wall of China was fun.
I think the hardest game that I remember playing was the arcade version of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, because I don't think they intended people to actually play it.
Why make the game?
I, you could tell that they were very intent on making sure that they had all of the licensed characters that they were told to have in it. And that feels like the thought process. Like, we did what we needed to do. The characters that we're supposed to have in here are all present and accounted for. But is it playable? I mean, kinda. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Like, they're kids. Who will know? Like, it'll be
They're
fine. But it wasn't.
Mario Kart is a lot of fun.
Another game I have not played in an excessively long time.
You gotta know which characters to use. Like Bowser is out. He's big and slow. I think I always picked. I usually went with Luigi. I think or Yoshi. But I haven't played that. Let's see. I played the N64 version, and then we got a Wii, and I think I had it on DS. But then I haven't played it since.
I have not had a Nintendo console since the Wii.
We have Joe's NES, and you can kind of sometimes get it to work. At least for a little while, with a lot of the refreshing it and and then it'll work for a while, and then you'll get a few levels into a game, and then it'll quit.
Well, that's not fun.
So it's been a while since we've tried. So it's just decorative now. What is? Oh, Joe told me that they're gonna come out with a Lego Home Alone house.
Ooh, that could be fun.
Mm-hmm. It's like 4,000 pieces.
Oh, oh wow, that's that's a lot of pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not exactly against it, but wow, that's not going to be a cheap Lego.
No, no, it'll easily be a few $100.
Yeah, that's. I have been watching with. I'm not going to say envy, but like I'm totally not like fine with it. A couple channels where they've been putting together the Lego Death Star because I kind of want a Lego Death Star. Then I look at the price of the Lego Death Star and I'm like, it's fine. You can put together a Lego Death Star. I'm fine with that. Like, I
Joe
don't
collects
need
the
to.
architecture series, so the most recent one he got for his birthday was the New York City skyline, which is pretty cool looking. Um, he's got they're mostly downstairs because tiny hands. Got to keep um the squirt away from the little pieces. Um,
Understandable.
hmm Although she does have a Duplo set. She has a frozen Duplo set. um, but he's got a number of the skylines in the architecture series. Um, oh my gosh. One year I went in with his parents and his brother, and we all got him the big City Opera House.
Wow.
The set was like $300.
Yeah, I've looked at that one. That it's pretty. Like it's really pretty, but
Hmm
dang.
And then we have the TARDIS. Yes, Ecto One, and I think the DeLorean.
Oh wow.
um, Despite everything going on with She Who Must Not Be Named, I wanted the Hogwarts set, but I have no place to put it.
It is very frustrating because yes, there, mm, I still have not figured out what to do with all of my Harry Potter stuff because it just makes me sad. Like it completely changed on me, and I want to love it and I want to have it out because it was such a source of joy and fun. And I mean, there's still fun memories attached, but I look at it and I just start getting angry again. Just like, woman, why
hmm
did you?
I was collecting the illustrated editions of the books, and I got up to Goblet of Fire, and I'm like, how can I just give money to the artist and not her?
There
Unless I
have
go to
been
like half price books and find them used.
there have been all manner of rumors circulating of people licensees threatening to sue to have her removed from control over the brand because it's hurting their bottom line. As
So
as
Warner
a
Brothers can still make their money and the publisher can still make their money, but she can't.
kind of yeah,
I can get
and
behind that.
like it sounds like something that couldn't happen, but given the current state of copyright, it is something that could technically happen. I don't know if they'll be willing to do that, but um and I think a lot of it's going to basically wait and see how much, if any, backlash there is over the Marvel suits that are going on right now. Because if anybody doesn't know, Marvel is suing basically the estates of most of its creators right now. And some places that don't understand the law are being very like, Disney's evil, here's the proof. And I am not going to defend Disney and say that they're not evil, because, you know, that's, why would I, like, they don't pay me money. It's gonna cost money for them to make me like defend them like that. It's actually a provision in the copyright law that they have to establish in court that these people were doing work for hire for them, or Marvel could lose everything. Because Steve Ditko's family actually did sue them to assert his copyright and reclaim his ownership over well, pretty much everything Steve Ditko touched, which is a lot of Marvel's back catalog. He lost in court, and he lost because he was doing work for hire. But there is a provision in the 1973 Copyright Act that basically says if it's not work for hire after so many years, you can actually take your rights back. It nullifies the in perpetuity part of most copyright transfers. And a lot of people are suing to get their rights back, and I understand that. But Marvel did hire these people. It's one of those places where, like, I get the families wanting to get a little bit out of this, but they were technically employees, unless the courts find that they weren't employees. But it's a weird world out there right now when it comes to copyright. The strangest part of this is basically, if Disney loses its lawsuits, it does not mean that they have to stop making movies with these things on it. It just means that the families can sell the rights so other people can too. Because they would still retain their rights to all of the stuff that they have made.
Mm-hmm.
So they could continue doing spin-offs based off of the MCU and the animated films and stuff that they have done. It's just, it would be a mess. It would be a mess.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really interesting to see how that's all gonna pan out. I did see the announcement for the World War Hulk movie, and the only thing that upsets me about that is we only got like a half-hearted Planet Hulk movie as a part of Thor Ragnarok. And Planet Hulk is such a good story and justifies his anger. So for anybody who's not a Marvel fan, in the comics, before Civil War happened, they realized that they had a problem that whoever the Hulk sided with would just win. Because him Hulk, him smash, Civil War over. So to get rid of the Hulk, basically all of the superheroes went, Hulk, you're just a bad dude, and they loaded him up in a rocket and just launched him into space. Like, we're just yeeting you off the planet. Just bye. And he ends up crashing on Sakaar and has a whole adventure there while the Civil War is going on here. And then after the events of Planet Hulk, where he ends up like basically destroying a star empire because they were mean to him, he comes back to Earth and we're like, what do you mean I'm not worthy of being on this planet? Smash! And in the comics, the Hulk's power is proportional to how angry he is, and he's kind of mad at everything. And this is where we meet Worldbreaker Hulk, and named that for a reason. So yeah, I'm excited for the movie. I just feel like they need to justify this in the MCU, because in the movies he had in the comics he had a very good reason. Like, literally, you knocked Bruce Banner out, put him on a rocket and just shot him blindly into space. That's just cruel. Like, they also kept him from having the ability to control the rocket, so he couldn't fly back. So just like, oh, if you happen to find something, like basically they sent him out to die in space. So he's got a justifiable reason for being angry. So they're gonna have to find some really good reason to have him like have a breakdown, and it better not be over Natasha. I'm just saying, if he goes World Breaker Hulk because of a girl, one, I don't understand the end of Endgame anymore, and two, because you'd think that would have happened there, and he needs a good reason.
Yeah, that would be a little too late.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of excited about that. Apparently something happens in Shang-Chi that they think is what sets him off, but I haven't seen that yet because I'm not going to the theater. So
I did
yeah.
watch. Bestie did show me the Doctor Strange What If episode.
Oh, that was
Ooh.
so good.
We were sitting in front of. We were going to get dinner, and we were sitting in front of an Olive Garden, crying.
That What If series had some really good episodes. Like, there weren't really any
I
bad
definitely need
ones.
to either go over her house and watch them all, or we just need to bite the bullet, get Disney Plus, because I want to watch them all.
You know, as much as I want to be like, Disney doesn't own me, like Disney owns me. It's fine. Like it's fine. I've come to terms with it. Like, I'm just gonna just let myself sigh and give them my money. Because honestly, I don't know what else to do.
I was just thinking, if I put it on my credit card, which is supposed to be for my writing stuff, can I count it as a work expense and call it research?
See, I look at it as it, Disney Plus is kind of my self care channel because remember in Disney Plus you also get all of the stuff from National Geographic. Like people don't forget that here in the States is you also get the National Geographic stuff. So there's a lot of pretty nature documentaries and stuff in there. Plus, just for
Mhm.
Zenmation, when I'm really frustrated, I will put on an episode of Zenmation and just like I'm not a big ASMR person, but I actually find those calming. So like Disney Plus is definitely one of my top probably second most watched streaming service.
I also want to get Discovery Plus.
I like Discovery Plus. I've been kind of disappointed by it a little bit, and I'm hoping it gets fixed over time, but there's a lot of shows that are currently airing that you have to wait for the entire season to air before they put it up. And I'm like, but I'm paying you.
Well, there's a bunch of old stuff that I could watch
Well, make sure it's up there because
in the
some of the
meantime.
old stuff I wanted to watch wasn't in there.
Mm.
So if you want to send me a list, because we do have Discovery Plus, I can look and make sure it's on there for you before you like give them money and be like, oh, but why isn't that there?
There's this show that I used to watch, and I think it only went one season, which is a shame because it was really good and really interesting. But it was called Surviving History. and it was these guys. They were in Columbus, so I was like, "Yay, Ohio!" And they actually worked for a like their company. They did special effects for like horror movies and haunted houses and stuff like that. And they would um, do like tests of different historical devices. So the one time, and they would, you know, make the necessary safety precautions so nobody actually got hurt. But one time they did like um they made a gallows, and or they did they tested how much weight it took to press someone um
Mm.
based on the execution of Giles Corey. And so they would do like, and they would always have like the actual guy doing it, like one of the guys in the shop. Um, so they had like a human reaction, and they had it a little bit more safer. And then to get the full thing, they would like make a body so you could do like the full effect of it. So the one episode when they did the pendulum with the actual person sitting under it was foam. And then you watched, and they talked about their experience as they watched this thing coming down. And then the real one, you saw it cut into the dummy.
Mm.
And it was weird. And my mom was just like, "Why are you watching this?" I'm like, "It's like weirdly fascinating."
Yeah, that sounds like it. Like just that.
And she's like, "But you don't like scary movies and stuff." I'm like, "I know, but if it's historical, I'm into it." I know,
But if
I'm
people
weird.
really did the horror, it's fine.
With no one actually getting hurt, it's okay.
I feel like this is one of those moments of keep telling yourself that.
I know. I know.
Soon you will be one of us.
I'm like, you could probably say the same thing about my sister's true crime phase. Like, why do you read all that creepy stuff? Because it's interesting.
It can be, yeah. Oh my.
Mm.
I may have started this not so subtle rebranding of the channel while we've been talking.
Angry Dune or something else?
Oh no, it's no. I mean, I could definitely do that channel. It's just not. It's not what I'm doing. That's not. Like, I do feel like the next video I have to do though has to be about Foundation, just because. First of all, when I say it's Disney Plus is my second favorite streaming service, I did not expect Apple TV Plus to be my absolute favorite, but I have enjoyed every show that they've made, even in genres that I'm not the biggest fan of. And Foundation is one of the reasons why. And for all of the people that are like, "You're just mad they didn't stick to the book," I'm like, no, but no. Like, I just wanted a good show. Like, Foundation does not stick to the book hardly at all. Like, they introduced new characters and gender swapped a lot of characters and did a lot of changes, like, but they understood the book. Like, this is a retelling of that story. It's very different, but it has something that Isaac Asimov never did: emotions and characters I care about. Um, I mean, that wasn't his thing, you know. Like, you don't read Isaac Asimov for characters. Like, if that's what you're looking for, you'll be sorely disappointed in his work. That was not what he was doing. And it's like, I feel like I am forced to do that for the next video, just because I feel maligned, as in, like, everything has to be the same. Like, no, dude, it would have been really cool to see it super different. Because that's been half the fun of watching Foundation, is I can see it where it connects to the story. And like, a thing happened in last week's episode that I'm wondering if it's their version of a thing from the book. That when I had the hubby read the book, he got so mad when it happened, he threw the book across the room and was like, "Why are you making me read this? This is trash." And I was like, "Well, it'll make sense eventually. Just keep reading." And I had to talk him into finishing the book. And I think they found a way to make that really horrible, terrible, bad thing that literally, okay, spoiler for like a 70-year-old book. About a third of the way into the book, you find out the first third of the book was a lie. Like, everything that they were fighting to achieve was pointless. And it was pointless on purpose.
Oh.
Like, he knew he needed to distract people, so he had them doing a thing over here that was just busy work. These people had dedicated their entire lives to basically doing worksheets for teacher. The teacher was never going to grade. And it's a very angering moment in the book. And a thing happened on the TV show that I think might be their twist on that actually worked. Like, I was still angry. I was pissed. I was hurt. But I didn't want to throw the book across the room. You know what I'm saying? Like, retellings have a role. They have a purpose. Like, for goodness sakes, as much as I love Good Omens, the book, the TV show is very different from the book. It is very different. But it's what the TV show needs to be. And I can't wait for season 2. But yeah, as people can tell from my last 2 videos, I've been sliding away from being just an exclusively about my writing channel. So I'm not stopping that. It's just I'm not having multiple channels when I don't need to. Like, I'm done. I'm to hell with the algorithm. I gotta be me.
And the people who are going to still follow you,
Yep.
And
well, honestly, I feel like if we're looking at this as a platform, it's a smarter platform decision, because the people who like the TV shows, movies, books, and music I like and talk about are probably going to like the books and music that I make. You know, probably going to be some overlap there. So that was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's like, it's not a, like, it's bad for a decision for the thing, for the algorithm, but business wise,
also less to keep track of, one less login to worry about.
Yep. Yeah, CB, I'm shocked how much I like Apple TV Plus, because Dickinson is a great show. Like, it's one of my favorite shows. I binged it I don't know how many times. If you are a gamer at all, or if you ever played an MMO ever, Mythic Quest is one of the funniest shows. Like, I'm sure you could enjoy it if you're not in that camp, but I have binged that show so many times. Look at him just cracking the door so that we can't see.
Yeah. Hang on. Come here.
And we just started watching Invasion. They put the first 3 episodes up of Invasion. and it was really compelling.
Thanks for your help.
It's a slow burner, but it's really good. Hi, cuteness. I know you can't hear me, but hey, cuteness.
Say hi.
Oh, and hi, little one.
Oh, that was my brother-in-law.
Oh, dang it. And I was making all kinds of statements about him hiding everything.
No, my
Sneaking in.
brother-in-law was leaving, so.
So it was the other one. It was the other Joe.
No, Joe's brother.
No. Oh, okay. Different brother-in-law.
Different brother-in-law, yeah. Say hi. You see yourself up on there? On the screen? No, I'm just going to rearrange mommy's stuff. Thank you. You said it there?
I just heard something in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you. Uh-oh, you dropped it. Say hi. You see yourself on the camera? What do we do if we make it big? Whoa. You see Anna? Anna's over there, and Anna's over there. So everybody's saying hi to you. See? What? 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 Acting like I'm bothering you or something. Huh? Oof. Just chin it the other way. Hi. Anna.
So he pulled out the sharpening steel and wasn't paying attention to how he swung it around and hit a pot that hit a pan that hit some plates. Nothing's broken. Everything's fine.
Nothing's broken and no one's bleeding, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I walked into the kitchen and he just said, "I underestimated the power of my steel." And I was just like, I love you so much.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You see yourself up there? Who is that? And you're over here too? You're making all that noise.
I'm curious what Diana was talking about when she said a critical critic channel, maybe. And it may just be because I'm in the midst of rebranding.
You're in a pretty good mood for not napping, little one. Is that Anna? Say hi. She's seeing the little bit of a delay on Twitch. I know. Mommy! Why are you bugging me? Where's your tickles? Where's your tickles?
You're so cute.
Don't touch my computer. Don't touch my computer. Don't touch my computer.
But the computer is mine.
Don't touch the computer.
No.
Ah! What'd you do? Oh, okay. Just clicked on another tab. Okay. It's Yoda!
That just made my day.
Don't touch the computer. Move it out of reach.
Oh, the cuteness. Right?
Okay.
So I know they make stuff that you can put on like kids and people's fingernails to keep them from chewing it. Is there something like that I can get for my dog's foot?
Sorry, Charlie, what were you saying?
Take her with you and keep an eye on her. She's chewing on her foot again. I said, I know that they make stuff that you can get for like kids and adults to make them stop chewing on their fingers. Like, I need something like that for the dog.
No, you're not gonna. No. We're not doing that on my cards.
She's
No coloring on Mommy's Oracle cards. Sorry.
she gets fixated periodically and has licked all of the fur off of one patch of her foot and kind of made it red. It's not red because it's got like anything in it. She just does this to herself every now and then, usually at season changes.
Is it like a anxiety kind of thing, or?
Kind of. I've upped her CBD regimen to try to help with it, but nope. No, there are no hot spots. She acts perfectly normal. Like she's still running around playing. Like she's fine. It's just she gets it, and it's almost always when we have season change. Like when it's noticeably season change around here, she will just remove. I think it's because she sheds weird. I think this is what starts it. And if we don't notice her shedding and get the brush out and get her, start taking it off, that seems to exacerbate it. But because I think she's trying to get rid of the old hair, but she will just lick a bald spot onto herself, and it's never the same place twice. But I don't want her to hurt herself.
Yeah, touch that screen. It's not a touch screen. It's not like my laptop. You're gonna try and get up on your knees. Well, guess what? I'm gonna do this. Whee! More? More? No? Okay. More anyway.
Yes, yeah, cute, nice. I feel like there needs to be music on for her to be conducting.
I'd play a song, but I don't want to get copyright flagged.
Right?
Because I know what song that she would love.
Oh, I want to have a fraction of your energy.
I know, right? Because there's a song that we play on repeat in the 6 minutes or so it takes to get to daycare. You have to play the Ghostbusters song. And she gets so excited. And she tries to sing along, and it's adorable. Huh. Hi.
Just on principle, they should not be able to do copyright strikes on that song since it was stolen. The song itself is a copyright violation because they wanted Huey Lewis in the News to do the soundtrack and he refused. So they literally wrote new lyrics to Huey Lewis's song. I need a new drug. If you listen to those two songs back to back, they're the same song. Just the lyrics are very different. And hired Ray Parker Jr. to sing the lyrics on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My ring caught on you. Let me see. Make
Like,
sure you
if
don't
your
have.
song is copyright infringement, you don't get to cry copyright infringement. It should be a rule.
Anna, does this count as annoying? Yeah. Love seasonal stuff. You're very particular on how you're stacking that. You are your father's daughter.
You know, I didn't even bother to ask what he's cooking in there.
You got it? Got it. That's been one of her new phrases. She puts something just the way she wants it and goes, got it. Megan says it better be risotto.
Or adobo. I would take an adobo. Got the fan set up to keep the office cool because we're getting a last minute revenge for fall thunderstorm tonight. So it's like 80 some degrees outside and like 40-degree weather on the way. We got the fan set up so that it's blowing the hot air out of the office. So the other smells are not
I
making
don't
it
know
in
if it
here.
actually happened, but they were talking about frost last night. I'm like, got it, got it.
But I would definitely take a risotto. That sounds amazing. So this is probably his way of like subtly being like, you've been streaming all day, right? It's going to be like, I made this amazing thing that you have to come in the other room now for so we can continue our Witcher marathon.
I will probably be ending soon, so because I want to get myself some food, and somebody else should eat too. And then we could come back on your Discord for gaming.
Yeah, there is one thing that might make me a little later than normal for that, and that's if Amber has time to do video recording tonight, we're doing a collab where we're going to talk about a discovery of witches, because I just finished watching season 2, and I have not read the books, and she has.
It's
And
been a while since I've read the books, and I want to see season 2 because season 1 was so good. And Kingston as Aunt Sarah, yes please.
yes, please, yes, yes. I feel like I enjoyed season 2 more than season 1 because season 1, like a lot of season 1s, felt like they were getting to know what they were wanting to do with the show. And season 2, the actors felt much more comfortable playing their characters. And they actually took more advantage of the ensemble cast because we spend a lot more time with the other people. It's not just our
And more stuff
principal leads.
happens in book 2, so like book 1 was definitely like build up, and
Queen Elizabeth is amazing. I'm just going to say that right now. Just astounding. I kind of want a spin-off show that's just her, like, with all the quips.
I might be like somewhat obsessed with the Tudor era, which is why I got so excited when the 50th anniversary episode for Doctor Who had Elizabeth I. I was like, wait, what? They're actually going to go somewhere with that plot line? Thank you. I'm so glad that was empty. Knocked over my water bottle. So we'll see what happens. I gotta finish my like rewatch and catch up of Doctor Who, because then I'll be ready for when Russell T Davies returns as the showrunner.
I have such mixed feelings about that. And it's not like I didn't enjoy his run with it. I did. It's just the last couple shows that he did, I'm not going to say, I don't even know how to describe it. It's not that I did not enjoy them. It's not that they weren't good. It's just he really gave in to his
Careful.
maudlin tragedy side in them. And I don't want Doctor Who to get all sad again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just a wee bit concerned I don't want sad Doctor Who to come back. Like that's not.
Mm-hmm. Well, we were watching what was one of the ones we watched recently? I think I'm halfway through the first season for David Tennant. Um, but when I was watching that two-parter with the Doctor dances and the whole "Are you my mummy" thing, um, and his line at the end of "Just this once, everybody lives," and then you go back and look
Mm-hmm.
every episode that Stephen Moffat wrote. Somebody. Hmm. What'd you do with Mama's makeup brushes? Hmm? What are you doing with Mommy's makeup brushes, huh?
I mean, I am curious where he takes it, and I'm also curious to find out because have they announced who the Doctor is going to be?
Not that I've heard.
Because that's also going to make a huge difference there in how
Mm-hmm.
I feel about it. Because I have enjoyed a lot that Russell T Davies has done over his career, and he gave me my beloved Queer as Folk, and I will forever love him for that. Though I like the American one a lot better than the British one because, again, the British one is meaner. Like it's a lot more mean spirited between the characters, which is kind of a trademark of Russell T Davies productions. And I don't know. I want it to be good. I want it to be good. And I really enjoyed his last run. It's just
I mean, they have till next year, I guess, to pick somebody. But
and by the time it comes back, I will probably be over my anger rage with the BBC. So unless they do something else stupid between now and then. So, yeah. Which I mean it is the BBC, so there's a good chance they will do something else stupid between now and then. But
what are you doing, Peanut? You're taller than my desk. Only just, but you're taller than my desk. I don't know how I feel about that. What was that look for? We got the digital download for her daycare pictures. Oh my gosh, she looks so old. Like I
as in
totally
like
had that mom
appropriate for
moment. Like my baby growing up.
okay, that kind of answers my question. So it's like appropriate for her age old, or like I took some pictures when I was younger that's like, oh, you're like 105, aren't you? Just like with much better skin.
No, like she looks like a school age kid.
That's not too far away.
I know. Preschool's next fall. You want up?
Yeah, I jumped out of the Doctor Who fandom when they named Jodie Whittaker just because it got like Star Wars levels of toxic. So I have not kept up as well with Doctor Who because of that. Because
Yeah, I I think I mentioned earlier. I One of my more downvoted videos, or at least the one that I got the strongest reaction from at least one person, was my reaction to her casting, and I was all excited. And then I got the "my childhood is ruined." Blah."
yeah, I'm currently living through my most downvoted video. And let's see, since it doesn't tell me how many dislikes it has on it, let's see, if 85 likes and it's 43.6% like ratio, so it's closing in on 100 dislikes. So, yay.
Didn't Gloria say that the downvotes actually help the algorithm?
Yeah, they do. They really do.
Because
Um,
somebody downvoted um before the stream even started, somebody downvoted them on Monday.
yeah, any engagement tells the algorithm that this video is interesting. So if you upvote, downvote, like the meanest thing you can do to a video is stop watching it early and do not leave a comment and do not rate it. Like that's the meanest thing you can do. The algorithm will be like, oh well, I guess that was a bad video then. But
Yes, I know my desk is dusty, but please don't use my eyeshadow brush to dust. I'm definitely gonna have to clean that before I put
I
it
do
near my
find it
face.
interesting how many of the people, how obvious it is that the people that are leaving bad comments on it did not even watch the video. Because I started by saying that I bet people are going to love this movie. Because it's rare that I have strong feelings about a film that are in line with the mainstream. Like I literally start with that. Like it's like the first thing that I
Oh,
say
thank
is
you.
just, I bet people are going to like this, and that's fine. I didn't, and here's why.
Thank you.
I have to say, it is just a weird sensation knowing that 1,287 people have watched this thing. Not that I have the window open with the live tracker on it, no.
Well, now you got me curious. What's my most popular video?
Well, see, I used to know what it was, and now I definitely do. It's this one. This is this is this blows away my accidental 500 because when Kate Kavanaugh reshared one of my videos once, and it got up to I think 500 views on it.
Um, no,
But
the
I
channel
keep
itself
waiting
is
for
gonna
the
show me.
curve to like flatten out. Like that's one of the reasons why I have the page open is like waiting for the curve to flatten out, and that has not started yet. So
Are you
I'm
having
just
fun just running back and forth to me and Dad?
I'm just extremely grateful that Glory shared that video with me about the stages of grief when a video blows up. Because,
Yeah, that is still my most popular video. Doctor
which
Who's
one?
second trailer reaction for the 50th anniversary. I had 1,000.
I still get that video recommended to me, even though I've seen it.
1,087 views, and it had a 93% like rate.
Yeah, I still get that one recommended to me all the time. It's
And it's
when I go
8
to
years old.
when I go to the recommended page, it's on there a lot, and I'm like, oh, did a new trailer come out? Wait, that video again? First of all, YouTube, I've already watched it. Second of all, YouTube, I know she's done stuff since then. Like, where's all of my Ren Fair realness? Like,
That only got 60 views. I mean, it is an hour long, but
oh yeah, I'm thoroughly expecting that when I get back on to my regular views, my regular channels stuff, for it to dip back down. Like, because Brian was like, how's the video that you put up Saturday doing? I'm like, it's an hour long. How do you think it's doing?
Whoop, careful. All right, BB, I know you think you're trying to help me, but I don't need all this stuff on my desk.
But like, Dad, I need to reorganize everything and make it better.
Oh, did I do that out loud?
Stirring the pot. Just sitting here stirring the pot.
Did I make that noise out loud? Oops. That's okay. He can't hear what you're saying anyway, so he doesn't know. All the videos I tried to make for November 2018, I was going to make a video every single day. Couldn't figure out why I was so tired. And then
The hubby has assumed that I am going to be doing Vlogmas again. And he's probably not wrong, because I had a lot of fun doing it last year. But he has just assumed and just like, oh, that'll be fine, great for your December video every day thing. And I'm like, you're making a lot of assumptions here.
okay.
I did 2 shirts, one's a long sleeve, one's a short sleeve. Probably should be long sleeve, actually, and go over tomorrow. So
Okay.
I'll let you decide. Get her stuff hang up here shortly. You have to probably go through your closet and start loading more things down, I think.
Okay.
So
I'm going to close it out here soon so we can have dinner. Doing all the things. Oh, it doesn't have my live videos. Like, why none of my...
Yeah, it separates live off into a separate thing. Though I am wondering if YouTube is going to bring back the ability to record live directly on their site again, because they just added it back to the phone app. They just completely rebuilt the phone live stream thing.
Because my most popular live stream was the Power Rangers chat back in February.
I can see that.
Yeah, top 3 was the Power Rangers one, the one I did with my friend Sarah, and the sound. I had never went back and listened to that one, but the sound is probably crazy because we've on our respective stream yards. She was up on Twitch doing, and I was on YouTube. It was a mess. And then the other one was when I interviewed the 2 girls who did do the Pontifex podcast back in January. And we talked for like 2 hours.
Holy crap. Okay, I'm lying. I've been lying this entire time. So I thought that the video I currently have was my top on the channel. You got me curious. I actually sorted by views. No, my first video, My Wildest Publishing Dreams, has 4,874 views.
Wow.
Holy crap. Oh my. Like that's not, wow. I did not know that. I did not know it had that many. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So apparently people kept watching that really terrible video that I probably should take down because the audio is really, really bad because I literally recorded it on my phone sitting on the deck. So there's like wind sounds and animal noises. And
Charlie, my very first video, I was driving in the car recording from my phone. I kid you not.
That just baggles my mind. I had no idea that many people had watched that because honestly, like once it stops being on the dashboard, like how a video is doing, I don't it out of sight, out of mind. I don't think about it. And that was literally like, that would have been what, 2019 when I made that? Because I had watched Kevin the Writer's video and had feels and just posted one before I knew what I was doing. I remember walking back in the house and telling the hubby, I think I just made a YouTube video. And he's like, you think? It's like, yeah, I hit publish. I don't know if it'll actually post or not. We'll see. Like, I just, like most of the things in my life, I did a thing.
Yeah. My very first video, I was in the car on my phone. I don't even think it was edited.
Oh yeah, this was definitely not edited. I hit record holding the phone in my hand And I mean, well, at least gives me some perspective. Like this current thing that I'm going through right now, it's not as big as that. So, yay.
I look like I have a ghost in my house.
A little bit.
There you can see. It's just the minion. It's like the door is opening and closing, and if you can't see her. Alright, I should probably figure out what to have for dinner. Well, I know what I'm going to have. I'm going to have leftover Chinese food that I had Friday.
I'm having whatever that smell is that's finally starting to creep into my office. I'm not entirely sure, but I want it. I smell a little bit of a vinegary smell, so it might be the adobo. I don't know.
I didn't want my ice cream to melt that I ordered with my dinner, so I only had like half the chicken, and I never even touched the rice. And then I had like a half melted pint of sherbet.
I woke up to a plate of egg foo young this morning because he had a plan.
Okay, Anna, come here. You want to say goodbye? Get up here. All right, get up. And we're going to tell everybody bye. And thank you everybody for watching. Okay, that's fine. All right, Anna, say bye. All right. I don't know when I'm going to stream next. Hopefully to do some productivity streams this week. So yeah, keep an eye out. I'll usually at least share it on Twitter what I'm doing. And thanks, Charlie, for joining me.
It was fun. It was a very needed distraction from the chaos that is my life.
All right. Say bye.
Totally worth every